there. I think 17. You move forward a bit, near the timeline where we are currently. Yeah, right,
This
and yeah, go down where it hits that green ellipse, and where your yellow channel hits. It looks like a near the timeline.
hmm? You cut out.
Yeah, sorry. Go a bit lower. I keep forgetting to push to talk. Like where that ellipse, keep going through your that green ellipse, the green line ellipse. Keep going, keep going, keep going. You touched it and you stop right there. Keep going down.
Yeah, I know. Yeah,
Yeah, I think there's a nice, yeah.
yeah. That's the
Okay.
that's the curve,
Mm-hmm.
or the yeah, the the um the scoop. Um,
Yeah, I'm looking at that price and the yellow line price.
this one,
Yeah, I'm looking
the
at that
lower.
17,600.
Let's see, 117,592.
Yeah,
Yeah,
what is that? What is that? What is that yellow line coming? Where is that coming from?
just a
Is
second
that
now.
is that support so far?
Yeah, 572. No, I think those were those. These are the ascending. Um, ascending. Let me just make sure.
Where is
Just
that orange? Where's that orange channel coming from?
okay.
That
That
rising channel that you have there.
down here.
Oh, okay, I see it.
See,
All right.
that is the lift.
Yeah, that's the trend
So
line from the start of the trend.
yeah. So you have here's the and so this is the like a pick. And this is the new support. So this is where you go tick, 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 tick. And remember I was saying, okay, so we're coming in between the 4 hours, basically like the linchpin. It's the one that you have to hold this curve. Here's the curve you're just talking about. You have to hold this curve on the 50. The 50 has to be held above this line for the ascent over 120,400. So that's that point here, right? 493. Because remember, this is the overall right here is that the pink curve that descends, and we got resistance there, right on it, right under that. And then, so see how that builds a backwards flag? Here's your pole and here's the flag. So that's the bow tie. You know, you can look at it as a backwards pennant, backwards flag, whatever. But the deep part of it comes down to this point below the 111, to the 109. So that's see from here 123 to the 109 area right there. And so we're in the middle going this way. We're trying to hold price above this arc right there, because this is the curve of the 4 hour from the from the whole big move. The big macro move is this one. So you follow me? So where that hits that current ellipse over the price that we weren't able to, that brings you from that arc to this arc and down, and then that's through that broken channel that you saw in the orange. Let me just do that again. And so, and then we're trying to meet this edge to to have this, instead of going downward like this, right, with the potential of hitting in this area, right, this descending. So we're trying to block off this section right now from hitting. Boom, boom, to this point. That point is 108.7, right? Or 108.8. See that very important point there to there. So time wise, you're saying, okay, uh, we're we're not going to have a lower price structure in this zone anymore. This is it. We're leveling up. We're moving our game board from here to here. And then the pullback should not be below this blue line anymore, because the 4-hour structure should be rising. It's a whole, everything should be rising up. But price action, you know, with the buying and selling gives you volatility in this area. And so you'll have wicks, and you'll have a fight trying to establish that. So here's your ascending angles that the early time frames are trying to maintain. Now look at where this this triangle, see in the red, these 3 red lines, you see why they're important, because it's trying to get over this moon here. This descending line takes you down through that circle, through the center, down to this potentially, and then you can cross there. And so following time, see, that's the 8th of August, 10th, 11th, 13th is here. So there's still, when you go to the, when you keep going forward, unless if you fall through that, that curve right there and there, if we don't establish the move upward, you have this as a potential, like, fall. You see? In there. But if we close candles this way, then this horizontal becomes your new shelf above that, this arc right here. So that establishes the turn, or the change of direction. So you have from here to here, which is 117.1 to 124.7 basically, and then a little bit more. See up here, here's your, here's the what you call it. I'm sorry. Okay, so here, fib retracement lines or whatever, and you go from this point, then see, I even have a caution from here to here, and then on the upper here's 128, but it would be the next like line to cross to get to the uppers from 128 to the 136-ish, right? So, and then over on here you see this resistance angle. So these fan down, because feather down, because our price action warranted, or you know, has pushed pressure this way, right? So this is called, you know, so we've been falling forward. So the goal, or we're wondering here now, are we going to fall below this pivot, or are we going to make a new pivot now and go this way? So if you stretch that across the line, where does that go? It goes to here. So that's this the new one. And then in that new one, it is this other, right? The extension that starts here, that ends at that, where these all come together right there. That's 126.5. So notice how that's on the top of that. So here's our center of our, right here.
2 o'clock.
Okay. And so I'm gonna go across, and then that major curve again is here, and then the second one is above. There's 2 of them, and see how these look like a pitch, like a toothpick, or a no, like a oof, like they look violent. They don't look like a slow curve. This looks like a shoo, right? Doesn't it? Don't you get that? This line right there, to me that looks like a violent line. I'm sorry. Okay, so but that violent line takes you down to 118.3, and 118.3, you know, you get over the this bottom of the curve. This here's the top and here's the bottom. And lo and behold, that's the 800 on there. So you got this area of a gap. But to me that looks like somebody threw an arrow and just went shoo, like my goodness, you know, like a fast spike. You see, you found that. I see violence in that chart. Okay. So that number is 111. Now where's our violence on the top side? That would be here. Because once you hit here, you go up here. That is the upper. Whew. I'm so sorry. You know, sometimes there's a little levity. Oh, yeah, I've hit my time, I think, and my sanity.
Good morning,
No,
D. How
you
you
can finish
doing?
up, BJ. I'm just getting on right now. I'll be right back. I need to grab some coffee.
Oh, my funny bone's been kicked in, so I might not last too long.
We still enjoy you, BJ.
Oh, thank you. Because sometimes I just say the dumbest things. Okay. I mean, if you weren't watching, it's so
Yeah,
hard
of
to
course
pull
I'm
out,
watching.
it's so hard to pull out the words sometimes. But it makes sense. The descriptions come in. Okay, now look at how cool this is. You see how this spot, you can see just visually, you can see how important it is. Um, it just, to me, it just stands out as, wow, that's a spot. That's a spot right there. That spot is 141.76. Then look at the arc that you see down. Okay, down to here. And then it hits that 4-hour descending angle. Look at that. And what I was talking about a minute ago, I said that looks like a violent spike. Well, it is. It, you know, from here to here. That's a descent. But now look at the pickup from there to there. If you cross this ascending line in the middle right there, then you have a price action that can hit you right here on the upside, because that's where you have to cross again, 136. So a range now, we're here. Okay, so we want our structure to come up to this point, which is between 124, because 124 is like the gateway. See, here's the big line from underneath. See that big black line? This one? That hits that mountain right there. That and it's over the curve. So this, and look at how it's in the center, right over the moon, from the left to the right. Now if I continue that circle around, it hits right at here. That's the ellipse. Look at that. See? And that's what this is about. This one. This peach, whatever, cream colored arrow. Now if I extend that arrow up, it goes like this. So this is our potential support line, and the support line on the early time frames is even higher. It's going this way. We saw this same thing happen on Ethereum. If you were watching the other day when we had that nice action, it was going through the small little rings, and it made that nice jump right there. And now at this point, 125.5. And don't you know that that the 125.469 number has been on the chart for the longest time, and here is the top of the snowflake right there. And that there's a very important reason for that, because it is over those rings on the left, the big, the small rings. Then you get into the bigger macro rings up here, right? And that line stopped here. So that descent, we got across that descending on that W rise right there. Boom, boom, boom. Now we just have to hit this horizontal and this ascending, and then we beat this number. That number is 129.6. You come across, and then so here you have your this is a fib wedge. I think oh no, it's the resistance arc, but is that the white one? Fib wedge, yes, yeah, that's what I thought. It's the fib wedge. So I pull that fib wedge up, right? That point comes up, and see, this is your range, right? On these arcs. This goes from that point down to here. Let me show you. Look here. That's a 4 hour. So sometimes they're forward and backward. Look at that. Wait a minute now. I'm trying to get that 4 hour line. 4 hour, 4 hour, 4. Right there. Oh, rats. This is 15-minute, but I want that 4 hour one that's right here. Anyway, there it is. Okay, hold that up. Hold that up. Okay. Now, but earlier, I just had this green one. Then, when I was trying to show, okay, what happens if you have that going on the bottom? Well, we did that. Now, look at how, when we flipped it, how it looks like a connector piece, right? A connector in this video game. And notice how, see how that ribbon hits that line, right? Like that, like that, like that. Well, where does that ribbon in it? And then also follow this one, that 4 hour bottom. Now, notice that we're underneath that. Now, we're under it, so it's 4 hour resistance. But this, if you pull that up, it's come and meet that point. So the 4 hour 50 EMA, or the whole structure, is lifting up. The top, our fast moving EMAs are going to hit this line that used to be a bottom. It's now going to be a top line that they hit. So that is going to hit 131. Mark my words, if we cross this line here, this black line, because this is our existing overall resistance band from there across to here. So if we come up through the middle and crack that resistance inside this ring, then we're going to hit that. And then if we hit that, the potential is to hit this, which is 143, and then the potential is to hit even higher. You don't hit it in one fell swoop unless there's some big macro catalyst. There could be, just like there's a black swan event to the downside, people, there can be a swan event to the upside. Just so you know. Anyway, I'm going to take a break and let Dbloc talk, because he has a lot of things much more clear than me sometimes, or most of the time probably. But anyway, it's been fun. We're at 118.5, and oh, this, I mean, this is beautiful. It's just too beautiful. Let's go here. Maybe I don't want to stop. Let's go here to the 3-day. And look at that. I mean, if you, does it just excite you to no end? I mean, that's just too, it's just too pretty. Look, here's the pink curves, 1 and 2. And we're on this vertical, we're about to enter into a new paradigm. It's just too beautiful. Here's the ascending resistance right there. Look at that. Out here is 134. You run up here, 145.8, and you come up in the middle. Look at the potential here, guys. See, I've been trying to say this. You look. Here's the fib spiral from macro, from the daily. See these yellows? Look at here. See, these are the yellow lines ascending that we're trying to cross above 117.7. Look at that. Here's the top of the spiral, and see where that meets right here. And didn't I just say a few minutes ago that this yellow dashed line is our what you call it, our bottom? And then now we're trying to build up past 113.26. See, here's the left side. Here's the top of the spiral, right? And look at what it hits this arc, this on the major. Look at where we are. I'm trying to, okay. So now this is the fib spiral. Let me try. There's the moon we just put, I just did, or not the green one I did, didn't just add, but the white one I just added. You see? I mean, if that doesn't excite you, I don't know what else could. Son of a gun. The other day I said, "Are you ready?" Anyway, here's the top of the spiral right here. And these are our potential angular supports, right? Up, going this way. And you come across there between 125, there's 132, and up here is 136. So then you have to count now for the fan, arcing down on the right side. And that's what this one is. This one's about this. Look at what we just passed. So here's our potential up here. And on the downside, here would be the potential, to fail the structure and go back underneath 111. Here's the 108 and 106. Now notice where that is over here. See? It's these. And then here's the top of the previous. The top of the previous fib spiral is here. And then that line is that blue, right? That, what is that number? That's a 69 snowflake. See, here's 106.8. All right, so then you have that space between here and here. So this little spot is important. That is 4.6. You go straight across. We're still inside at that point. We're inside the curve from here. See, that curves up and around, and then it juts off from here. So you're underneath this, the arc or the snowflake. But this is our pressure right here, and our pressure is this way at the moment. So this line on the side comes up to this point here, and go, that's 150, and then if you rise above that, your structure here, it goes across the top there. Let me tell you what that is. 152. Okay, now extend it out. 44, and then here. You see that? Anyway, these lines are the most important. These, the 1097 and the 108 and the 106 right here. Boom. Oh, it's exciting. Try the let's look at the weekly days, week. All right, so again, here's the fib spirals over here. Now, you see where that point, when you make a fib spiral, that's what they look like. Okay, so that's a big one. Then we're over that, we're over these lines. Now the curve comes up over here and makes this ear, right? So there's the this is the monthly angular resistance that must break. We broke it. Or the daily, I'm sorry, daily. So when price went up above here, we broke this resistance angle that was established there, here. Now we're trying to come to the point that's this. See how it goes from there and then meets this. That arc takes you then, tick, 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 tick. Okay, so this would be then the potential, but you first have to rise through the middle up and get over the ones from underneath. So that one was a descending. Then look at where this X is. These shoot out from here, ascending. So you have to break the forward ascending resistance, and what's in front of us on that are these two arcs for right now. And then once we get into here, then we're building it by price action on this side. So you see how these all these converge and they collapse downward. And so it's a compression, and then expansion. And then you see this black curve? That's the curve that we have to get over, and watch how that curve moves in the chart. See, it lifts up like a U. You see it from this side over this way. Did you see that? And if you don't get over that for the lift, then you fall down, right? So that's why this curvature structure is important, because it's the lifting mechanism to bring us up, and up here into the crux. That's where you get into your 200s. But the main thing is that we have to battle this point right there, 1071 and the 104 on the underside, and get over that arc on that curve, so that it helps us on the lift. Otherwise, that becomes a resistance line for the future when you spread it over into 2026. See, this is the 2026 and 2027 on the weekly. I'm on the weekly, right? Yeah. And so we can maybe figure out, like here's 90, 91, and here's the 57. So you see how I get to that? Because this goes from the bottom of the fib spirals, right? And so then the bottom arc is met. So just like you have a top band, you also have a bottom. And now that bottom number is 1800 and whatever it was. So there's your 11,000, your 15,000, So this is the structure of Bitcoin itself, right? And then in this middle here is your 113, 11, what is this number? 59 and 60, all the way to the 113, I believe 113 up here. Yeah. And then you come to this point, and is that now between 113 and 133, which would hit this, see this dotted line? That would be from here to here to here. It meets that curvature, and there you have the next ring. So the ring is our overhead resistance here, if you go straight across. So structure wise, okay, we're trying to build new structure between this point and this point, so that it can move from there to there and come up to this dash line. That dash line there is like the 290, right? So if you see that, it comes out to here on this side. So we're in the middle, and if we can beat this up to here, you have the potential of these numbers, 130. But remember, this is a compressed. This doesn't mean you're hitting it here. This is this is a year, because it's a weekly chart. The candles are wider. They cover more space. This time bar here is in 2027, right? And that edge. So we should be building structure up above these lines going forward this way. Once you cross this moon here on the weekly, then these, from this descending channel down, these become a ladder up, because it will turn to an ascending pattern rather than a descending pattern. And so this is a potential there. And on the upside up here, see, that's how you get to your 400s and your 500, right? See how I have 472 up here, and then cross there 485, and then 545. But that's only, you have to account for, okay, if we get stuck under this pattern, then it's descending again, okay, and not ascending. So it's pretty cool. So you can see that here's like the that curve. We want to be above it and swing it up, ride it up on up top. See that? I'll show you again. But So if I do all those lines down and they come to the center point, right? Then you can see the crosses, and you can see the quadrants, right? The quadrants are here. If you do a 4-line or a box, and if you fail to get up into the upper quadrant, if you have a square, then you're in a descending or in a bearish type pattern, right? Because your moving averages would be moving this way, and you would have to let them come to their bottom before you start ascending again, which is what we've been doing pretty much, right? So now we're trying to come around and go back up. But if we don't come above the 50% mark, right, and the moving averages then start rolling over, then they all have to reorder again and come to where their verticals and their horizontals meet together at the same point. But so where you have an X, but it's more of an X, it's more than an X, it's a snowflake, because you have your verticals and you have your diagonals. And that's what makes that and then you have patterns within the patterns, and then they compete with each other, and there's periods of time when you bloom up and periods of time when you bloom down. So, and it makes these little arcs. Anyway, I'm gonna rest. Well, you should still have, the idea that 110, 110.5 is still in the cards at some point. You can't keep that off the table just yet. So just beware of that. Because we're just at the beginning here. Right? So look at here, this way. This is kind of a different view. You see this bottom here, that down here 95. Then you see an ascending up here, but that means that 119.5-ish, right? So again, if you scoop it all away and form a big circle here, that the potential is there to to swing down through there like that and connect that. your straight line would hit here at 93 and down here at 84. So, and if I'm talking about a date, this is between, you know, like the 15th, 17th, 19th, 20. That would be probably you know, that's just potential now. That doesn't mean that's doing that. So you have to cut off this angle here. So time moves up this way, price action moves up, then you no longer have this area on these angles because you see how this one would move this way, right? Because you come around like that. So watch. So if I go all the way around, I have to, this is what I was trying to do before, and then I got all excited because I saw something different. But we have to play out this in case. So I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna put a fib spiral here. I think this will help us. Yep. Okay. And so that makes this point here, which is 114.0. And I'm on the 30-minute chart now. Let's see. Okay, so I'm gonna put a marker there. And then we're gonna put these are sending boom, boom. So that curve right here is the pink one from there. So this one, this is the bow tie here, pivot point there. Okay, that comes to this. And pull that. So then I would need to take the other side from here. And hit here, it would hit here 113.2, which is already what we know, but 13.2, where's that? 112.4. So this makes this right here. Okay, so here was our rise, and then that puts us across the top. We have to hit this number, and there is that ascending. Okay, so the bottom, and that. This, we already talked about this now, that you can't fall underneath there on the 4 hour, but let's. This looks like it would be the invalidation 112.2, and then here's that for the dash line. That number falls right there if you pull down. that is 110.9, and then that brings you to here, which is this number there. So when is that? Friday the 15th? I think push up here. You would test this at some point. When would it be? Wouldn't be here, wouldn't be here, wouldn't be here. So it would be from which time frame is coming through here. Again, that's that 50 man 4 hour, right? So let's see how that looks now. There's too much stuff there. Have to let this digest. Oh, there may not too much stuff, maybe just, okay. So yeah, so this, but we're not, that's only if we fail here, because look, you can even see that. See, we're coming out of that, and we have to hit this line, But, so you still have the, okay, that's the number there. There's the twist, and there's the daily. Okay, so there it's coming better, clear now. 113.1, it goes across the top. And there's our, that's 120,700 over here, or 9. Okay, so let's put that on. Then you have this one. So 117.0. I'm gonna go here and up that. I think we're gonna hit this here, and this now is the change of direction, right from there to there. And this is our 4 hour. Okay, so here's our pivot point right there. 118.9 on the new one. Go across that here. 119.5. Okay. So this would move up through on that. This is what we were talking about before. This is the we're talking about, this one, and then the major black one. So this is the seam right here. What's that point? 121.1. That hits the curve. So this is the curve. See it? Oh my gosh, that hits that right there. Perfect. It's always perfect. Perfect, perfect. Okay, so I think we did that. I think we found our, see how that ticks there. I think 112.663. And there's that 112.8. So I said I was going to shut up, and I didn't. Okay, 116.5 up there. So this is, it looks pretty cool. Did I just move that? I think I did. That point right there. Yeah, it's amazing at that point right there is what we just talked about. Okay, so and look, that's the 100,000, and then there's the 103. That gives you this. Okay, so here then you bust this curve up along that on that fib there. You come up here. And then we come out this way. So this is the one, what's 125 2, 125 4, 469, but right here. So if we don't hit, so does that say that if we don't hit 129, that we're going to be underneath, we're going to be underneath 124 to 120 and then fall to 111. So that could be a possibility. We could our range could be underneath 125 for a while. Or we could, let's see, because this is a coil this way, this is it this way. So do we make the second one? I don't know. Maybe we don't make this and this. So that's 133, and then this is 138 and 142. We already know that. It's already there. We've already put that. So the question is this point here, 133, going to be a top? Kind of looks like it might. So that might be the we might have to for shorting, I don't know if there's two shorts. If there's one, I don't know if there's a short at 125 anymore. I'm not sure. Yeah, there would be. It'd be more like 126, because we may hit this point 129. See, that's that 4-hour top. So we may hit 129 to 132 before a breakdown. That I'm wondering, we right here seems to be like we're still ascending on this point. This is still ascending. That's that 3-day. So I don't know if the shorts are available until the 140. Right here. Okay, I'll be back.
Anybody else think Bitcoin's going to come down to the CME close the next 6 to 8 hours before it starts its usual Sunday night, Monday morning march back up?
Okay, so have you noticed how I'm on the 69-minute chart here? Have you noticed how we've slowly, climbed? And if you look to the right and you see the top line of this triangle. I mean, it still is a triangle. It's got 3 sides, right? Comes to a point. But check out the rise of the 50 EMA, okay? Remember I was talking about the blue line. But if you look, oh geez, here we go again without being able to, there it is. Look. So this is your fulcrum area, okay? Like right here. And see how it happened on the seam overall, that when they did this, it showed you that right there. See the break in the colors on the red and the pink, whatever color it is under there. I'm right here at the top. Ay, ay, ay. Well, it's there, I promise. All right, and if I go backwards now, back this way, that's that 30-minute ascending resistance line. Remember, we turned it purple. Now, what I want you to see is how we've risen. There you go. We've risen up, and that looks like a from this point to this point. Looks like you're taking a paddle and you're pushing it this way. So I always talk about how if you stick your thumb here and you take your fingers and you spread them out and you pretend you're opening a jar, you turn the lid this way, counterclockwise. We are in ascending, we're counterclockwise, right? That's what we're doing. You take this paddle here, pretend it's a paddle, and notice that we made this question mark. Is this the 4-hour bottom, right? This line, is that going to be where the 4-hour candle doesn't go below anymore, right? Over here. Or is it going to fall an arc down? So are we going to get enough rise here to sustain it forward in time these curves potentially down to where we come back and hit this? So this is the 50 EMA rising up this way, and remember I was telling you about this line from here to here. Okay, well, notice here's this point on the top of this triangle, and then here was that band. So we're looking right now, we're gonna, on the hourly, go from here potentially up through. Okay, now are we gonna do that without stopping? I don't know, because here's your angle. If I was to take my mouse and go like this, I get a number about right here, about 120,400. If I go, from down here and up, I only come to about here, because this didn't extend again, right? The boom, boom, maybe this, but we're building a little bit of momentum here. More people are thinking, oh, I wonder if we're going to hit that. And so there is a potential now that this 50 EMA comes all the way through and over time and comes up to this point, follows price up and gets itself to here, which would mean that our candles would then open. Remember we talked about we're here, opening above that line that we wanted our 4-hour to stay above. right? Our earlier time frames, because how many candles does it take on an hour to get to a 4-hour close, right? It's 4 hourly candles. So if our time is at 11:55, and so at the 8 a.m. we have 5 more minutes on an hour, right? So here's a channel, right? Remember we talked about these ascending lines, these yellow ones. If we're here and here, and then we want to open up above here, this yellow one, and then keep this way. So what time is that? That's 8 p.m. So in your eyes is the potential to continue this way, and make it another move up like this, following this line. Well, let's measure that out. Okay, so you take your info line, that's what I use anyway, and I find my square, which would be here, and let's just see if that's a 45, 43, 44, 44, 61. That's pretty much a 45, isn't it? So from here to here. Then I want you to look at where that came. I drew it based on this. Where did that angle fall? Right here. Look at that. Now that splits right here and here. And if I go out in time, okay, underneath there I have the daily open and the 200, and I also have this decent or disjointed channel, right, that started. I'll widen this out. So this is the line I just drew. This is the point we said, the ascending 5-minute resistance, right? This is where they come together, where they meet with this angle. And first they meet right here, or they don't meet, but this angle meets the top. And it's also at the top of this arc right there, the green. Then if we continue to get momentum, look at where it crosses there on this other ring, stems back from there. Then if we get more, look at the confluence, be reaching this. Then if I follow that arc down, I come back towards this one. Then I have that 119.77, and then I have 118.5, and then if I come to the bulb or the bulge of that curve, that point is 117.449. Okay, so let's look at the movement here. So if we come up here, come up above here, and then fall back, we might be retesting, and see I have a blue line and blue line, and we come under that, and we would be under that spike. Conversely, if we make a continuation, right, we get the move up here to the next ring at 121.3, right, which probably, I wouldn't think so based on the fact that we got CME where it's Sunday. Let's say we get some price action up back again to 119.1, and we just can't get over that resistance. It's too much resistance, let's say, and then we fall back in this spiral, and we land down under the 200, which would be right in here, and then the daily open is underneath. So I also have to look at this angle, right? This angle here comes from this point here, and then we hit here, and we hit it here. So this could be, this shorted at 118,353. If you extend that out through time, that 118.3 falls in between where we are now and coming below that this structure here. And where's that one that I said, is it a 4-hour bottom? It doesn't mean that you're at the bottom forever. It just means that for now, are we going to come up here and then swing back and swing down again and then dig back up, or are we going to swing up, have a short pullback, and then come back up over 123? That's what we're trying to determine, right? We're not trying to determine whether we're ever going to come back to 113 at this point, right? Right now, we're trying to see if we're going to hold this new move towards the 125 up here, because potentially you could see that that this becomes overhead resistance. Right? It could be. I don't know. I don't think so. My sentiment is that we're kind of just beginning, and we're gonna hit that 132-ish. This is my view. The question right now is for the time being, are we going to make a smaller move or a larger move down here before we come this way again? Or are we going to make a rise, a smaller dip, and another rise? Or is this line here going to be our resistance, or this one, right? And we're not going to close up above here, which is the 139. So that's kind of the question. I don't think so. I think it's hard for me not to feel it in my soul that that this is the area we need to be looking at. Now, this is interesting right here, to maybe have a 126-ish, maybe not, not immediately, but like right in here. And then you pull back down to here, which is 121, and then under to the top of this paddle right here, and hold above 117. We just look so darn happy. Let's see. It just bothers me that daily open is underneath us in this area right now, because it makes it a little difficult. See here, you get this descent. So here is the 200 EMA. I'm on the 5-minute chart right here. So this is, very probable that you kind of hit that maybe 118.3, which is what we're asking ourselves on this 4-hour. Is 118.3 to 118.1, is that going to be it for a dip? So this will be the telltale story right here. Now you have a little bit of a deeper V possible here. You see this? To come underneath that 800 in the daily open. So this is my curve. This is our pattern here. That's already kind of there. Here's your volume profile. And the bottom, you lose the bottom at 118.0. So again, are we going to hold above 118.1 between now and what's this number? What's this time? Eastern time, 11:50 p.m. And overnight and in the morning have the dip here. So see, this is that pattern right there. Let's do it. Let's see. If I take and put the opposite. All right, so here's my three ascending lines. Here's which makes this channel. Right, here's your overhead. To me, it looks like we're gonna test the up here, the upper. Let me put that. So up here, 119.092, and my number is 119.079. So then up above that is 119.157. So because we have that, CME or whatever to think about, is it possible that we, come up here, kind of test this again on the upper side, and then have a move back down overnight to, which wouldn't be a lower low right here. See, this would be like the bottoming right there, and that is on that curve of the move up right there. So that is the 118.0. And then let me highlight this. Or where here's the secondary. Then now right here on this 5 minute, you see how you have the 50 MA, which is the orange, and the 200 MA, which is the pink, above and below price at the moment. And there we just made a little fall before this pole, and then we're above that previous overhead resistance. So are we going to trade up above here now is the question. So we need 118, 765, and then this top line on this channel there is 118.8. And again, here's the other numbers to look for. So rise, come down, or rise and keep going. And again, there's that this dotted line and that red dotted line at this point is important for the upper side. And there's the curve. Okay, so and then over here, this was that curve to the under. Where's that bottom? There we go. So if you fall off that, all right. And then down here we have this bottom at 116.4. So if we fall underneath there, this is 116.8 and then 116.4, and that brings you then back to 115.8 over here. All right. I think there's a lot of liquidity up top.
What's up, beautiful people? Happy Sunday. ETH is going for recovery, it looks like, huh? V-shaped recovery. Down is slowly dropping. I guess the question is, what's the measured move on this?
Wonder if we're gonna go to CME close, but doesn't look like it.
What's the word, good people? Top of the morning.
What's up, Dbloc?
Afternoon, evening. What's going on, man? We doing?
Doing good. Everything's looking crazy in a good way.
Very nice, very nice. What's going on, YouTube? My bad. I think the stream had some issues last night, but I was knocked out.
What up, D-Block? You feeling better?
I'm getting there, man. Spend a little extra time in bed, you know? But gotta take it easy. We try to sleep and get some rest, but then as soon as we get up, we just go hard again. So it's like, yeah, just gotta try to chill out.
Come on, you can tell her. You can tell us her name. You don't have to give us a sick excuse. It's all right.
No, man.
Is her name Biddy?
If it was, he'd probably get slapped if he called her that.
Yeah, David, false move up. False move up. CME opens at what time? An hour. Dun dun dun. No, false move up gives you a 3-day down or a consolidation. David. Came just short of our measured move. Bugs. ETH looks good, man. Made that move. Now it wants to find support on top of our target 5. Not mad at that at all. Alright. That played out. Leave the targets will just move. Just so we don't hide the candles. Alright, ETH, what do we got? 50 EMA here is the mean reversion that we're looking for, basically across all time frames except for your higher from like 4 hour down hourly. So we're at that 50 EMA test right now on the hourly. Excuse me. This doesn't hold, it's coming down to the 200. The 200 is the 50 on the 4 hour, right? Which brings us right to support. So we know how this works, right? Range theory. You're in a range. You had a bottom side deviation. Came back into the range, held support, pushed. Before we can claim that this is a breakout, we need to get a retest of either a major EMA or the top of the range. Right. If we were to take the very topmost candle of the range, you'd be looking at 394. If it comes down into these levels, I don't think it's going to hold at 4K just because it's a psychological. Right. If this is going to push from here, in my opinion, it'll be because it came down to the 4 hour. Right, so as we're going sideways on ETH here, remember this is classic pull up, grab liquidations, and then start to harvest liquidations, right? You need to build some sell side liquidity here. Let me turn on all these dead bodies. Give me a second. Right, so this was the sweep. This is what we came through. Got up here and not a lot left. So what I'm looking for is a retracement into some of these vectors. The reason I say that the 50 EMA could keep us from having to come down underneath 4K is because as Bitcoin goes sideways here, let's just assume the trend is our friend, right? And we just keep putting in like a bullish pattern here. Eventually that 50 EMA will move up to catch up to price. And then ETH can come down, clear this vector, and retest that 50. That's how you don't break 4K. Right? If ETH drops too fast here, you're going to break 4K. Right? Because the 50 hasn't had enough time to come up to catch. You want the 50 to get above this vector gap here. Right? So Bitcoin needs to go sideways. I mean, ETH needs to go sideways long enough to give that EMA time to move up so that it can catch, fill this vector, and pull away. If not, you'll come back for that full retest at 3.9. I didn't even know it was a full moon high def, but are we happy it's over, or I can't keep track of whether the full moon is a good thing or a bad thing, guys. You guys are gonna have to help me with that one.
I'm happy it's over.
So yeah, that's basically what I'm looking at for ETH. If the move is fast, we're going down to the top of the range. If the move can sort of slow down and consolidate, then it won't need to drop past 4K. Yeah, Jacob, we talked about those patterns the other day. Those big, huge patterns that they give you right at the top of the market, that if you do the measured move, it takes you to like unrealistic numbers. That shit is a setup, in my opinion. It'll be interesting though. Sol and ETH should be pretty neck and neck. Thing is, Sol doesn't have its own season, right? Can't forget it's Ethereum season. So everything versus ETH right now. Check this out. Let me show you something. You guys that want to know if it's time to buy alts yet, because what you call it is down. And like I was saying, yeah, if your alt is cheap, sure. But look at, let's go total 3, right? So the entire market, the entire market except for Bitcoin and Ethereum. Total 3 versus ETH. Look at this. As a whole, and there's exceptions, right? But as a whole, this is what the entire altcoin market has done against ETH. Since ETH bottomed on ETH BTC. Right, so I've gotten you guys used to looking at BTC and BTC pairs to figure out if you're supposed to be holding something or is it better to just hold it in BTC, right? Well, we have to start doing that with ETH now. So if you're buying alts, if you're not buying ETH and you're buying alt, or if you bought ETH and you didn't, you didn't buy ETH but you bought alts, if you didn't pick a very, like a handful, I'm talking about maybe 10 coins aren't doing this. So, but do I think this goes forever? No, no. This is going to put in a higher low, in my opinion, and then it'll level off. I don't think they're just going to continue to bleed against Ethereum forever. But it is Ethereum season, and you got to respect it. The chart he was talking about was Sol ETH. Right? Sol's getting beat up versus ETH right now. Breaking levels. Probably come down to the 200. Guys, remember it's less than an hour for market maker to bring price down to CME to close that gap. Right? This is just market cycle timing shit here. You guys that have been here for a while, you're not surprised at this. CME close is at 16.9. Basically the top of the weekend trap. Now, just because they make the attempt doesn't mean they're going to be able to do it. So we still have to respect our mean reversions. We still have to respect the top of our range. Right? But we are looking at another range here. I hate to like sound like a broken record, but range theory tells us that if we get a breakout out of the range and that breakout doesn't hold support, then it's a deviation, not a breakout. And deviations from ranges, once they come back and they establish the range, it calls for them to come down and test the bottom of the range. Right? We know it's false move up. We know we have a 3-day down. What we don't know is if we've seen the top yet. We do this every Sunday. Right? We have until tomorrow to put in a high for the false move week beginning. Doesn't have to happen tomorrow. This could very well be the top. I would imagine if we come back into this range, chances are that was the top. But a 3-day down would fit with price coming back into this range and seeking out the bottom of the range. Right? Look at our visible range here. Value area high, value area low. Point of control is at a full at a full vector recovery. So we starting to see the play here. Daily open mean reversion also gives you full vector recovery. I still look at the ETH BTC chart for that, Isnar. If we happen to be uptrending on ETH BTC, then I'll just de-risk into ETH. Nah, that's good, Kat. That's just confluence, you know what I mean? That's why having people with different trading styles is good.
Hey there, Dbloc.
What's going on, brother?
When does CME open?
6
I
o'clock.
think it's about 6 o'clock, but I think it's about in 10 minutes or 15 minutes or something like that.
No, we have 2 hours left.
Oh, 2 hours left. Okay,
Well,
okay,
hour,
okay.
I'm sorry, hour and 45 minutes.
1 hour and 45 minutes.
So you just quick analysis. Took all those liquidations, right? Right now we're starting to get some more above, but these are just coming in as prices coming down. So, and we're at the top of our psychological range, right? So as far as market makers is concerned, in my opinion, you've got mean reversion to the 50, liquidity underneath, vector gap, mean reversion to the daily open psychological low, 800 EMA, 200 EMA. After those targets are hit, that's it. It flips, right? Unless they decide to go for that vector. But as far as motivations go, the motivations are heavier to the downside right now. Right? So now we watch them provide liquidity to trades that are trading in the direction of their motivations. So first mean reversion is already hit. Right? So market maker knocked that one out already. Like, check. Now, market maker doesn't care about support resistance. They don't target these things we watch because of orders. But as far as their motivation goes, their chart just looks like this. Only things they care about: mean reversion to MAs, liquidation sweeps, vector recoveries, mean reversion to daily opens and weekly ranges. Right? So when you look at that in mind and you look at this, you're like, okay, well, there's none of that above except for some vectors and some liquidations. Right? Whereas below you have EMAs, liquidations, vectors, daily opens, weekly ranges. and enough gas to fuel it. Sometimes all the motivations could be down and there's no gas to get there, right? There's just no liquidations underneath. And price will continue to move until they build that liquidity to get to those ranges that they need to get to. Now, the fun part is, does the market allow it? Right? Do they really have the control it takes to make that happen? I'll move that deviation bubble until we prove it. Right now, this is still a breakout. If we hold support and break this high, it's officially a breakout out of that range. I don't really think it's about rate cuts loading. I think it's about quantitative easing. For a true alt season, and by true alt season, I'm assuming that you mean an alt season where everything goes at once, whether it's a good project, bad project, just the fact that it's an alt, it moves. I don't think we see that during this run, right? I think we're gonna have a very sort of a very targeted alt season, right? Which is why I've been focusing on top 1, top 2s in each category. I don't think it's going to extend too much further past that. It'll hit all narratives, but it's only going to really hit the top 5 or 6 on the list, in my opinion, for each narrative. There's just not enough money to flow around, and people spend too much money speculating already. So you're going to have to be really, really good at picking. All the stuff that we sit in here and we talk about every day, that we go over on a regular basis, like these are things that have a lot of mind share, right? If they're sitting top 1, top 2, top 3, even top 4 of their narrative, they'll be fine. But if you start getting creative with like, yeah, and you got to stay away from some of the mid-curve shit, like, that's been my since December. That was my play. Well, even since before that, I told the team when I stopped playing with the low caps, I was like, it's the high cap meme coins that are gonna blow shit out of the water. Like, yeah, will there be a small cap meme coin that does a 10,000x or something? Yeah. Will any of us be in it early first? Probably not. Maybe 1 or 2 if we're lucky. Right? The chances of you getting that right with the amount that you have to choose from versus going into a high market cap meme coin that people recognize, that are on people's exchanges. They don't have to learn how to use DEXs to buy it. They've heard about it a million times. They see memes every day on social media about it. Like, that's the shit that's going to move this late into the cycle. At the beginning of the cycle, it was different. Yeah, I mean, Pengu's a good example of that, right? People were like, it's already too big, it's already done its thing, and it's like, yeah, but marketing, it's a brand. The brand people recognize. Talking about it's already done its thing. Labubus are at like $1.82 billion market cap, and people are still forking over money hand over fist. Don't underestimate how much people are willing to pay to feel part of something bigger than them. You know what I mean? Like a big meme community or something like that. We saw it with Ape, right? Everybody wanted a Bored Ape so bad because it was like, that was the vibe, right? Like if you had a Bored Ape, you were like it. I was like peak crypto, but nobody could afford it. So they dropped ApeCoin and they let people buy into that idea of being part of something. It's the same with memes. Memes are just the NFT guys figured out we don't have to make 10,000 different ones. We'll just turn it into a coin. It's one NFT basically split into a billion real world asset tokens, and you guys can all share this one meme. That's what memes are. Or you guys can all share this one NFT basically. And then you get to sell off partial ownership of it. You get what I mean? Like it's the same sort of concept. For me right now, Jacob, I think gaming has slept for too long and it's going to come back in a big way. It's already starting to bubble. AI, obviously, AI agents aren't done. I'm looking at utility, yeah, but more specific than utility because there's a lot of good utility that's going to get overlooked. People still aren't willing to get techie. Everybody says utility is back, and it's like, no, they're degening on the narratives. Right? Nobody cares about utility right now, but they're degening into the ISO coins and they're degening into the America First narrative. They're degening into the ETF narrative, and those all happen to be utility coins. But there's still hardcore utility projects out there that, like, if I sit here and start talking to you guys about ZK roll-ups and all this, like, we'll watch the view count just slowly diminish. But once everything is going, then so what happens is, like, let's say, okay, ETFs get a run, ETF narrative coins get a run. So all the top ones that are sitting right now waiting, Litecoin, Chainlink, Doge, Solana, whatever, those all start to run. And then people go, oh shit, ETF narrative. And then all of these other little shit coins that have ETF applications that aren't going to get accepted, those will start to run. People will speculate on them. But I rather wait for that rotation, right? I don't want to pick the little degen gaming project now because I think gaming is bubbling. I want to pick the big gaming projects. And as that does well and I take profit from that, then I'll cycle into the smaller shit when people start to speculate, right? You'll see evidence of it moving. You're like, okay, they're starting to look at this. They're starting to look at that. Make some short-term plays, bang, bang, boom, put them back inside the picks and shovel plays. But I think a well-balanced portfolio has to have a couple of ETF plays, at least. And then from the other narratives, whatever really, whatever interests you. Not financial advice. I'm just talking about to be well-balanced.
I got a little too used to Bitcoin dominance bleeding.
Yeah, I know, right?
Shoot, man. It was up till 6 a.m. Like, I got stuck in a trade and was like, ugh, Bitcoin dominance is just blasting.
I'm back.
How are you feeling, by the way?
Blah.
Man, this sucks.
I try not to think about it, yo. I feel like the more you think about it, you like giving. It's like you're almost giving your body permission to be sick. You have no permission to be sick, body. I do not recognize your attempt here. I reject your reality and I replace it with my own.
I heard you a little bit talk about maybe the alts might bleed out here. Have you kind of future tripped it? Maybe come down to CME?
Thing is with dominance right now, I figure out what's the deal.
Yeah, watch it go up a little bit here.
Yeah, I mean, I don't like that we took out the lower high. Like, we rejected right off of that lower high. I was feeling kind of good about it last night. And then we took that out, so I don't know. If we look at Bitcoin and we say, okay, will it drop to the bottom of this range, make people flush out of alts? Right? That's really what we're asking when it comes to dominance. So that's a 2.5% drop. Let's just assume it goes all the way down to the bottom of the range. The 2.5% drop. If dominance is pushing up while that happens, you're going to see 6-8%, on alts. Unless people take it as a buy the dip opportunity on alts. So the question is how bad is sentiment, right? Is a drop on Bitcoin bad enough to shake the sentiment that people have of alt season bubbling up? Right? Are they going to be willing to take profit on these coins that are already up, or are they going to hodl and just buy more when it comes down? If they decide to hold and buy more when it comes down, then you'll see dominance drop as Bitcoin drops. Right? But if they're TPing alts and buying Bitcoin, then this thing is going to flush. Then we're going to see the big massive corresponding drop on not massive, but like I said, at least double or triple what Bitcoin does. Luckily, it's not that big of a drop, 2%. For me, my calculation is buy the dip on alts, meaning it's not worth me getting out of the way for what could be an 8% drop. I'm not all in anyways. I've got money on the side to buy the dip. I'm DCAing, so I'm expecting drops along the way. So that's not really going to move me to like pull my altcoin position. Obviously, not the entire market doesn't think like I do, but I just try to use that as like reference, right? Like everybody does what I do, what would dominance do. If everybody does what I would do, dominance would go down with Bitcoin as Bitcoin comes down. Now we'll watch to see what actually happens, and then that'll tell us, okay, is retail, maybe they're a little more fearful than you are.
We've kind of seen a little bit of it go up. So I don't know, maybe the trend is your friend, right?
Yeah, let's go lower time frames. Actually, go 5 minute to track that, and then we'll go 5 minute. The best way to do it is to have them both on the same time frame. But I do want to have it a little lower because I want to watch this in real time. All right, so now we can watch candle for candle what the reaction is. I like when it starts to get twitchy like that. 5 minute does have a nice stopping volume candle, bullish engulfing. vector recovery. Might have swung at that if I was paying attention for it out, but that's gone. Well, so I was looking at somebody else's TA yesterday, and one thing they were pointing out that was interesting. So this uptrend that we've got here, right? The last time when we thought it was alt season, or when I thought it was alt season, at the beginning of this, was this November, end of last year? We came down to that uptrend and held and put in a high, put in a new high. Not that I'm trying to freak anybody out, but we haven't got down underneath that yet. Right, so while, oh, so while for me, this is the range we were looking for, right? To get back into micro caps and stuff like that, right? To be able to even start looking at that type of shit. But I will feel a lot more comfortable when we're underneath this SR flip and underneath this uptrend. Yeah, Sean. Again, I don't think that we would take out that high. Or I honestly don't even think that we would take out this high at 64. But I didn't think we would take this high out either. This is where things changed for that. So when I thought that this was alt season, we came down, or I thought that this could be the beginning of alt season. We came down, held, and then we went into this W pattern. Right. This is when I told everybody that who keeps moving my tools. Oh, there we go. Right, so this W pattern right here. So this was the neckline for that. And this is when I was like, alter in danger if we break above this. If we break above this, get out of your alts, things are gonna go very badly. And yeah, we ripped. That's when everything, I mean, we literally gave everything back. Not only once, but twice. Right? Because we did it again here. So you guys will have to forgive me if I'm not willing to jump on the alt season bandwagon just yet. You feel me?
I forgive you, coach.
Like I feel like I've seen this episode before. Let's drop our CME open line there. And that'll give us our bullseye.
So around 55 to or so as the stove gets hot or not hot.
Yeah, like you want to, yeah, basically underneath 59, 58. As soon as we break that support, things traditionally tend to get a little nicer. All right, so we've got our CME close on Friday. We've got our, excuse me, our vertical line of when CME opens, where those two cross gives you market maker's target. Now we get to see if he hits his target by that time, misses it, blah, blah, blah. Good shit. But that's the motivation. Dominance is going up, Slice. Bitcoin is just reclaiming a little dominance here. No, I mean, the way things are lined up, man, I'm not willing to say super cycle yet, but I do have a feeling that we're going to have a right translated cycle at the very least, where it goes a little bit further. But we're going to see what happens with these rate cuts. If we get a rate cut in September, we're good to the end of the, the end of the season. If they sneak in another one, right? If like Polymarket's really right and we're getting 3 instead of 2, so we're just getting consecutive rate cuts for the rest of the year, then we can see things extend. Right? Remember my overarching theory about the right translated cycle. We're on an 18.6 year cycle with real estate. The problem is that our equities cycle, right, legacy cycle, crypto cycle, should come to an end October, November 2025, right? Problem is that the real estate cycle isn't coming to an end until the end of 2026, 2027, right? Beginning of 2027, end of 2026. So my theory is that everything is being sort of slow played so that they can drop all of that liquidity and push both legacy and crypto cycle closer to where real estate's going to top out so that they can flush everything at once. That's just, I don't know if you want to call it instinct or whatever, but that's just super subjective. But I can give you evidence that leads to that would lead one to believe that it's being done purposefully. The reasoning is the part that's subjective, but they are slow playing this bull market, and it looks like they're gonna let go of the rope right at the end and just hit everything at once. So to me, the only reason that would make sense is, okay, we know the party's coming to an end with real estate anyways. Let's run our bubbles as hot as we can so that we can make as much money as we can, so that we can buy up as much earth as we can once real estate drops. That's also why I feel that metals are getting set up, right? Metals are slowly getting set up bullish. And I think that people are already looking ahead at pushing these cycles forward, having real estate, we're having a 3-prong bubble pop at the same time, right? Real estate, equities, and crypto. And then taking those profits and sitting them in metal until everything hits bottom. It's like not tin hat, but like it's like saran wrap hat at least. because there's no clear evidence of that. Yeah, we are, Eric. That's what I'm saying. That comes to an end at the end of 2026. It's an 18.6 year, 18.6 year cycle. I just think that they've learned their lesson from the last two real estate bubbles, right? 1990, savings and loan banks almost collapsed because of it. 2008, several banks did collapse, but it was, that was different. That was a lot of greed and shit. But I think that they've learned their lessons and say, okay, if we're going into this cycle again, we need to be cash rich. Yeah, it always comes to an end, Eric. It doesn't have to be 2008 style, right? 2008 was crazy, right? There was a lot of shit that unwound that made it as bad, and we've put in a lot of protection since then to keep that same sort of thing from happening. But it's all based on mortgage expirations and shit, right? The cycle is bigger, is longer because the liquidity behind it is locked up for longer. And we're going into the fourth turning, but I'm not gonna get into that. Nah, it's gonna get bad, Eric, and they're gonna run it hot right till it pops. So my theory is back to the original question about is there only 2 months left in this? My theory is that they will translate it. Now, how I'm gonna act is exactly the same. I'm gonna take profits September, October. And if I'm right and they do push it forward, then I will get back in the position, right? But to just hold during the next, in other words, we're going to get up into September, October, and there will be a retracement. How you act during that retracement is going to make all the difference in the world, right? If you think it's going to keep going and you just leave your money in because, nah, this cycle's different, da-da-da, and you're right, cool. If you're wrong, things are going to go bad really quick. And you're not going to have time to change your mind until you're like 30, 40% down. Now, if you think that it is going to end and it's going to be a cycle just like every other cycle and this time isn't different and you take profits early and it keeps going, then you still have the ability to get back in, right? It's not like you're taking profit right as it's popping. It's going to get to the point where it starts to retrace. That next retrace is the one where you have to think, okay, is this the one, right? Or I just think it's safer to assume that the time is going to play out the way it's supposed to. And then if you're wrong, then you still have a big bag of money to make decisions with. I'll be right back. Hold on. Will he be able to get it done? Yeah. Yeah, I'm just catching up on some research from yesterday. See how close he can get the CME gap.
Hey, hey, did we survive today?
Still on the battlefield.
Yeah, I'm taking hits.
Yeah, just hope they're not too heavy.
Yeah, all good.
Round tripping a 200% really isn't fun.
No, not fun at all.
ETH has this head and shoulders on the 15-minute that I've been watching for the last 8 hours forming. And if that played out, the AI target of that measured move is 3,986.
On the 15 minutes, you said?
Yeah. The left shoulder is at 4247, and then the head is at the top of the
Oh,
peak there.
yeah. That will send us to almost 3,900. Oh, lovely. Oh, thanks for the heads up.
And it would clear the vector gap too. Sometimes AI will show these patterns like too far ahead of time, and so I don't always 100% trust them, but
Yeah. You know, I tried once the AI. It will give you a different narrative on the different time frame. I mean, if you
yeah.
ask it for 15 minutes, it's bearish, and when you ask them in 4 hours, they're bullish.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the pattern is there. You can understand by yourself.
Yeah, the pattern is there. It's on the 1 hour pretty concretely. But you got the
Yeah,
50
that's
EMA
nice. Yeah,
there.
oh yeah,
Yeah, the
that would be
50 is
nice.
right at the neckline on the 1 hour. But if Bitcoin wants to come and close the CME, it's got 30 minutes. And so that would bring us down. And if that comes down, I don't know what it'll do to ETH. It depends what people decide to do with the cycling. But I had to give up a couple of my losing trades because when I saw that head and shoulders, as well as how we just couldn't get up above, like I was long in SUI and XRP for like the last 12 hours, and I just couldn't take it anymore. So that
It's a
hard
long.
that
It's
hard
really
like
long. Yeah.
rejection. Yeah, sometimes it just hurts your psychology. You have to cut off the dead weight, and it sucks.
Yeah.
And I had about 2 5-minute candles to get out of my trade after battling it all night on XRP. I had 2 5-minute candles, and I didn't get it in time, and it just got hammered by that by the 200 on the 5-minute. So I cut my losses there. And then SUI, just the double top. It almost came back up for me too. And it just got slammed at the same area and put in a double top. And so I just cut those losses and then went short instead. I said, okay, you don't want to go up, let's go down. That's not always the right call, though. Sometimes not doing anything's the right call. Okay, alts are losing some support here.
Yeah, because Dom is shooting up.
Yeah.
We got CME coming up. CME, anyone? 3 minutes. 3 minutes till CME.
You know, come out to play, CME.
Pretty far away from the close though. That's
Maybe
gonna
Asia
leave a
will take
gap.
us. Yeah, it'd be see if we get there tonight or what the plan is.
What's funny is that it's kind of right at that resistance that it broke. So if it comes back to test that area as support, might be moving up further.
Yeah, I just sat down. I'm gonna start looking at it now.
Bitcoin itself looks more bullish than bearish, but Ethereum and the altcoins look like they might need to take a rest. So dominance might take over again for a little bit.
Yeah, dominance is doing its thing over there. Got a W pattern here on Bitcoin. 5-minute chart. Well,
Okay, we're open.
Okay, it's open now. I thought maybe another hour, but I see the line. What you think about that WD block?
Not sure a 5-minute W is gonna give us a whole lot unless you're sniping or whatever, but I don't know. It's gonna be interesting to see what happens with the whole CME. And Sunday nights things usually start popping.
Dominance is moving up, looks like.
I'm in about 5 shorts right now, so I'm just holding on.
Neve with the 50 gifted. Nice. Dubs in the chat, Neve. That's a big super chat. You got that crown, Neve. That's nice. Big buys on Bitcoin. What's up, Dead Bull? Hey guys, remember to like, subscribe, and turn on those notifications. Market maker stepping in here.
What's going on here? Big buys.
Let's go.
Wow.
Eating those licks up.
Oh, dude.
These bulls keep pushing.
Well, hey, family. What'd you think? Pretty nice, huh? So we did go over that ascending resistance on the for the 5 minute, but then we are back down underneath. And notice over here, this is a snowflake, right? See it? Boom, 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 boom. Okay, so now here's our ascending. This is our measurement. Remember, we measured it together. And we also have this upper edge of the arc, and then that meets this down arc right there, and then we want to come underneath this ribbon. Remember, this was the descending ribbon. Even though it looks ascending, it's actually kind of from the pattern from the 4 hour from the top. So we have to get over that line, over the top of it, in order to beat the previous price, previous high on the 4 hour chart. So that's what the mean reversion is about there. Okay, so the first step, of course, is then to climb over the 5 minute resistance on this angle. So now that puts us skimming the edge of that ascending triangle right there. And then here's your pole, right? And then here's the 119,440. And then across this red line here is the 119,525. So if here's price right now, ascending up here. And I have it on the 5 minute chart. So we still have this precarious, spot, but we're climbing, right? There we go. So we're over this arc of the fib spiral that we drew this morning, whatever time that was. It's already 7:30. And remember, we were talking about, would this be the bottom for the 4 hour candle? Well, here's where we ended up, just about at that level. So now we've got this little spot to deal with on the side. So we're above that. And then this was the other, this pinkish purple. This was the other angle that I showed you this morning, coming from this low point here, and then it had the midpoint, and then that happens to be right on this arc, coming downward spiral. Okay, so now thinking back to our ascending lines that we were attempting to cross, it was, here's 1, 2, and then the third one is up here. So you can see how we're getting a footing on that this ascending line here, and now we want to make it up past this one. So that would put us at the top of this triangle up here, and our target then would be over 120,000, be 120 like in change, 59.60, right? So here's the target there, 119, and then 20, and then you go up to 119,960, and then you cross that arc there. But if you go the fast route, then we'll get over this line. Remember, this line, we changed the color of it so we could visualize it. And this one, it would here. I can't grab another thing here. All right, this is, see how this is our upper ascending line. It comes from back here. And so now that will make this this channel, and then this would be our top line going along this arc. So I need to really change the color there because it's too much green. But you see where those cross, the two reds? All right, and then here it comes through. So remember, we're trying to open our jar and go counterclockwise backwards. So we don't go backwards in time, we just go upwards to the back of the chart from where we didn't make our move earlier, what the potential would have been had we gone up from over here. Okay, so it comes back and it meets it at some point, someday, somehow. So if you see here, here's this curve, here was price over here, met that, right? That shoots this angle up here. See that, this little white one, boom, and then that hits this line. Then when you go forward in time, after you come down and around, then you hit this, and then you have, in the meantime, we had this rise from 116.6, roughly, okay, we're not going to be exact here, but about 116.6 to right here, that about 118.6, and then if you go backwards, that is getting over that resistance. But then we had a potential, remember I just talked about it, throwing this angle up over the top, and where our goal is that pink curve, because that takes the whole structure of Bitcoin up to another level, right? Got this one right there, and then that moves us to between 120 or 119.5, this line here, 119.5 to the 120,800, and then the next level will be over 125 into the 129. Okay, so here's this target here, 121,360, and then this you hit this at 121.9, and up here that next ring is 123, and then you go up here to 124, and then you pop out of those arcs into expansion. Okay, so that level is what you see coming across on that edge over there. So now if you went straight up and over, you hit this here. That number is 125,469. So that makes that big big triangle over the top. This one, see, shoom, 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 like that. So we're trying to cut the line and get through here quicker. Whoops, I just moved that whole thing. Okay, if I better block that. All right. So let's say that we come further in time and we get rejected at this tip. That happens a lot. And then we start our arc down. That's possible here. And again, now coming down, if we do, this number here is this edge. And you saw how that that red color ended right there. Well, that's 118.6. And then if you continue to not get over that resistance again, and you begin to lose support, then you're back under 117.3, and then the bottom edge there is 116.5. So that will keep those numbers in our lexicon, in our back pocket. And then you see this gap area right here. So if we come down quick or fast, then you can lose these lines there and then hit this gap area. And this bow tie is here, right there, which leads you down below this support line there. And then you have an arc down to your 113.8. And remember we said we needed to hold above 113.8, because if not, then you have a trip down beneath 113.2. And remember that was this number to 113.4, right? So that's still out here on this side. So you would go and then hit this gap there. Or you could hit this little gap and then slide up this way again. It just depends. So here's your price action through that middle part, right? And so you would either lose from here to here, or you gain from here to here. All right. So that's a 5 minute. Let's see how we're doing. That went right there. It takes us over that pink curve. 19.7, like 19.7, right there. Better look at this. So my son is making some macaroni and cheese, and I couldn't believe it. The recipe calls for 2.5 pounds of cheese. It's making me gain weight just thinking about it. 2.5 pounds of cheese for 1 box of macaroni or 1 box of pasta. It must be some good macaroni and cheese. That's all I know. Okay, so here's the 5-hour structure, right? And here you have your range on the 5-hour. Did I say that? 5 minute. Okay, so up at the top you have 119.8, and the midline here, about where the 50 is right there at 118.866, and then the 50 EMA is right there at 118.741-ish. Okay, so draw that out here, and then let's put in our vertical here. So remember, now we're seeing this. Here's your 5 EMA, here's your 13, and price is coming back to check on that. You know what's left here, the 5, and then you have your 13 underneath, and then you have the Williams alligator line. See how they're looking straight up? Well, not straight up, but they're arcing forward. I do like that indicator because it helps build out your angles. So this is your area in between, right, where you have your arc up, and then you can forecast like your potential from this fulcrum down here, zoom up, and that arc leads you right there to that line. Amazing how that happens, isn't it? Right there. And so we'll do this.
Yes, it is.
Yep. It's the coolest thing ever. And you know, it was one day when my son, who's in the Army, he he works on armaments for the Apache helicopters. Well, now he's in charge of all of the maintenance for the whole company. So he doesn't do, you know, the work. He's more like an in-charge person. But anyway, he would have to arrange a field testing, you know, for the ammunition, and they would have to, you know, so he was telling me about how, you know, you gauge your distance and your arc and and it just, something just clicked in me, and I'm thinking, well, that's like the chart. So that's where I started kind of formulating the idea about the slope and the rise in the distance based on your volume and your velocity. So these angles will sometimes tell you a big story. See, like from here to here on this 5 EMA, That's a big story right there, because look at how it forecasts this price right there, 119,579. Just from here to here gives me that picture. I'll show you what I mean. Is that magnet or something? Because it clicked. Yeah, I do have magnet on. See, when you have this magnet on, it picks the nearest price action spot, and then it kind of clicks onto it. If I don't have the magnet on, then it's my doing that it follows. So it's on a weak magnet, then there's a strong magnet. Then you can also have it snap to indicators. I like having my own control, so I'm going to take it off a magnet just so I can show you about this 5 EMA. So I have to go shut my door. The dogs are going to bark. Just a minute. Okay, so if I have to get there it is. All right, so right in from here to here, I'm going to make an arrow. You see the one that I already made with the magnet on, but now I'm going to do one with 5 EMA. Yeah, I'm not going to be that precise because I would have to take a lot of time, and we got the price action right there. But actually, I didn't do it on the 5 EMA. I just did it by my eye. So, but the point I'm trying to make is that if you take those 2 points of that 5 EMA, right, price actually went down, but the forecast for the future was up. And you also got a forecast for the future right here. You see this? Boom, boom, go up. Right there. So let's look at that. See how that 5 EMA went straight up, but then it got rejected. But if I continue that angle up from that point to that point, and then this point to this point, right? This point down here to this point gives you this angle right there. And you look at where it landed right here at this tip. Then you go further and then you cross up. So that is one strategy that I use all the time. Look at what just happened. When the price went up through, you see how 5 EMA followed and crossed this top right there. See? So 5 EMA is now higher than it was over here. And then I have to go all the way back on the 5-minute chart to find where the lowest 5 EMA line is, right? And obviously you understand that the 5 EMA is the closest, not the closest, but it without being, real bumpity bump, like the 1 minute, the 3 minute, the 30-second, whatever. The 5 EMA on the 5-minute chart is a pretty good indicator to watch. So here's your rise, but that's like a curve. See, you have a slope right there, and that slope went kind of underneath. But prior to that, you have this action right here. Bing, bada bing, bada boom, up. So you had the potential already of hitting this price, but we didn't meet it here. Okay, we hesitated a bit today. Now we got some more momentum. And so, okay, so my point was, okay, where do I have to go to find where that 5 EMA was higher? Let's see, is it this one? I have to get that. 19. I should just take off my drawings and I could find it. Okay, so right here is still lower. this?
That's good, BJ.
Here, hello, right there. So if I take that, go this way, crosses that line there. So this point, what is that? What is that? 118.6, right? Basically. And that we crossed 118.6, we're at 119.268. And look at that, isn't that beautiful? Lovely, awesome, awesome stuff right on this pole. Yowza. It just makes my heart sing. Anyway, that's lovely.
Yes, it does.
So y'all saw how we worked this out. It took a lot of thinking, a lot of whatever, but we used some good brain power to figure that out. And now look at how it's coming right up over that edge of this curve. Now, even though it's turned up like this, it's still an edge. So when we talk about blooming forward or blooming up or versus blooming down, you know how sometimes you look at a 4-hour chart and you're thinking, oh, how low is that going to go? And then you've heard people say, okay, well, you can turn your chart around or upside down. You can and you can't, but this is the idea that we're having mean reversion here to where the 4-hour lost its mojo, right? And now we're going back up to potentially meet and surpass. We took a detour and now we're coming back for it another time. So that's what that's all about. And part of your job is to figure out, okay, where are these time frames in relationship to the whole of Bitcoin? It's like sometimes you think of it as those Russian dolls, I forget the name of it, where you stack them together, they all fit inside one another. That's kind of how Bitcoin is at times. It's like a puzzle. And you have to see where the whole of it is in order to determine how structure is going to move. All right, so up here we have 6. So we drew this morning. I think it was this morning. It wasn't afternoon yet, I don't think. All right, and look at where that cross hits right there, the underside of this ribbon, then hits this ring, and now if you go straight across, here's your crossbar, boom, and over here, then we measured out our 45-degree angle, and then we use this as our pole, and back here the other one, I think this one, and this is our framework that we're working within between there and there. And now we're going to go to the next one right here, this 5-minute. All right, so I'm gonna pick that. Right there's our curve. I believe that's the second one. Right here. Yeah, 122. I think the lower one is a little bit lower than that. But no, here's our other arc. Where to go? One 192.26. Okay, we need to see more closely how we're doing here. If we're getting toppy or not. Yeah, because here, see how it sunk the 5 EMA down a little bit. This is where you have to pay attention to those kinks. Those kinks mean something on that. It mean you can already kind of see where price might come down to, and right here is a good indicator right there. That's 119.096. And then if you go back here, that's the top of that 5 EMA. So, and it's on this curve cutting through. But now this is a forward upward motion. And you see how if you take and measure that 50 EMA is higher. So it's the same thing, same strategy as the 5 EMA. You can see here that the top of that has surpassed this arc right here on the back. So I can take and see that angle coming through right here. So eventually this 50 EMA will be at the place where the 13 is, and it will pass this angle here. It will pass that. And the faster that it does that, the less likely that you come back underneath it all the way through, right? You're going to have a rise and then a fall back to the 5, to the 13, and avoid cutting through the face of it. So if you do a straight line down now, you can see that that goes to the 200 and then fall, down here. But you have this arc backwards. So you can take this point and then follow that arc up to here backwards. And even though, like I said, you don't go backwards in time, but you go up in the chart. So this is also a curve to pay attention to because it gives you the stopping point at which you can draw your horizontal. When you're dealing with like a price where you don't have something to measure it against, if you're in price discovery, this is how you do it. You take and follow your neckline up backwards like this, and then you go over forward, and then you come down. You see what I'm saying? All right. Because that kink there showed you where there was a slowdown, and then you can do it right here too, and then you can do it right here. And that gives you these lines. Because eventually you're going to see where the arc falls, and then those lines will be touched back over here. Depends on how high you go. Let's take off this. Let's look at without drawings. And here, 118, 436. See here, here's your moving average, 200, and underneath there's a 200 EMA, and then here's the 200 or 50 MA, and then you have the space between the EMA of 118.8 and then the 50 MA 118.7. Is that just $100? 18, yeah. Yeah, pretty much. And then from here, right there, to here, you have a, you see an ascending, and from here to here, there's an ascending. So if you wanted to, you could take and start your ascending line going this way, right up through, and look at how it hits that. So that's why these alligator lines are pretty cool, because you don't have to draw it. But if you didn't use that indicator and you wanted to do it yourself, this is how you do it. You start right here at the base where you see this rise occur. See, from here to here you had a rise, from here to here you had a rise. Okay, then you have a rise again from here to here, or sorry, from there to there. So there's your slope overall. So now I could take and go like this up through, and look at that already. Kind of shows you where price is going to be. See that? Like this. So if we extended that out, here up like that, and then you look forward. See, this is an interesting spot. Then it's already kind of mapped out from before, but anyway, you can see how that makes this channel from the lines that we drew earlier, just a little few minutes ago, to this one, to this one. So you have already a good kind of visual of what the potential might be on the 5 minute. So since it's a fast moving and we're up here on trying to make a higher high, right? Then for the underpinning, you want to see, okay, well, what's a bigger time frame at? Right. So now you could take your 5 EMA, this kink, and then you could extend that forward. That's potential. And then where do you find how low can go? Well, you start right here and you move on down like this forward. So that makes kind of a teepee, or a pyramid. It's like, because it's your descending angular, right? Clicks down, and hits that point. And then once this passes, then it will go up and up like that. So let's do the 1 hour and see. So this is our potential ascending resistance line that we've crossed now. That's obviously below where price is, but we still haven't, had enough candles to establish this as a solid pattern, right? So I'm looking here on this hourly, and I can see that the 5 EMAs here, the daily open, we just got our new daily open. It's 8:01. So here it is here. So now we're underneath the daily open, and in between that and the 5 EMA. And then this little box is from indicator. It's is that the TR main box? I think it might be. But I also, this one is liquidity. I better take it off the drawings. Liquidity swings by Lux Algo is a really good one. But this might be just the TR mains. Yeah, vector. So you can see this gap here to here. And then here's the tip of that Williams alligator on the 1 hour. So I would take and see, you can see how that's making you have a kink here, and then you have the tip of the alligator. The green is the faster one, then the red, and then the blue. And then now we've got our new pivot point. So I would mark this on my chart, and then here's the blue. So remember, I was just talking to you about how you can create your back angle like this. So I would take my arrow right here at this point, see where on this kink right there, that pivot, and I would connect it back this way through the back. Okay, so let's say we just do that for fun. So we take and put your cursor here on that third one now, and then just go like this. Okay, and that gives you this price, but it also extends back up here and here. Okay, so you can find your horizontal. It's already there. See 124, but then but now you have a descending that goes past time. Now you have a descending angle that fits forward looking, right down here. So if we arc down, there's potential there. So that's how you can build your descending angles. You use a higher one. So now let's go back to the 5 minute and see. I should have done a different color, but this was that line I could have, yeah, right here. So now you can see where a potential pullback line might hit, right? Right there. And then if you fall through, you can see that hole. There you go, all the way down. But we also have those ascending. So that's making this gap already, right? Between here, this rise, and then potential pullback. So rise and fall, rise and fall. What goes up comes down at some point, right? So now you can see a potential rise up to here and over 120,000 and pull back to the daily open, which the new daily open is right above where the 50 EMA is. So the test would be, back here to the 18.8 and possibly to that 200, right? So I would take now and mark these places on my chart on the 5 minute and then look forward over here, because it's going to depend on the arc. Once price gets exhausted, right, it's going to have a breather. Well, you want to know where can I get an entry, or where might I want to short? So where do we think we're going to short up here? For me, I'm not looking for a short unless I was protecting a long. It depends on your strategy, but we could top out like right in here. So we're gonna have to see the strength. That's where you watch your strength indicators like the RSI and the momentum, and see when the momentum is starting to either continue to burst forward or it's beginning to cool off. So it's right here. I would draw a vertical, possibly. I'm just trying to show different things. We don't have to mess up the whole, chart or whatever to make it too cluttered, but there are just different ways of starting, if you're starting from scratch, you don't do stuff, then pick something that interests you and start there.
It looks strong. What do you think?
It does. We'll just have to see if we're just going to get a burst of energy, back up above 119.5, and then it pops back down because of where everything is. We just have to see if we're going to get a continuation up here above this curve or not.
What's the next target you have there?
120,493. The next one, though, I mean, like to be for like a trigger-ish would be here, 119,525. This meets this angular here. So if you can't get past that green line, that'll be then that will be resistance here, because here it is on this corner. So that 119,654, right? So unless we cross it up here and have continuation then beyond, then we're gonna not see a pattern throughout this above that daily open. See, here's your arc right here. So this, think of this as like your window up, and so this is that that original angle, and that follows it through up to here, where we have another resistance line or bar. So this would be our faster moving, and then the slower moving would be if these turn into resistance, like if we start fanning down underneath here, and then you could pick up again and go back over this way. You wouldn't want to fall, down to here and then down to here. So for continuation, we want to see us retain the 5 EMA and 13, and at least above the 50 from the hour down. So where is that 4 hour 50? That's a question too, right? Isn't it? Here. So we have to have time for that, this time frame, to move up here to the 117.8 area, because you have this tip, this tip, this tip, and then of course here's the pivot. So here you can see the kinks in the 5 EMA. You have this one, then this one, then this one, and this one. So if you wanted to, you could draw your first horizontal line. It would be just under the pivot, right? And it would be touching this support on the 4 hour. So by the time you turn your chart this way, see how they stretch forward? Then you see how this line comes through it here. So that's ascending, right? and then you can see you got your 50 EMA, so you can figure out, okay, well, where is that going to be? So at 12 a.m., so this 4-hour candle, we don't want to back test up below that 50, right? So that's 12 a.m. tomorrow, and then you go forward to the 8 a.m. or 4 a.m. So this, we have this candle, and then this one, and then this one. So here's our bars for time. Bing, bing, bing. And then you could put them on. And so right here, this point is interesting for the 4-hour. That point, and this point. So that's 116.3. This is 117.368. And this is 118.224. And so what I'm talking about was for taking your angular backwards, you would draw it, and you can see already you see this point. So that is a horizontal above, and that's at 118.6. So already I can see, okay, well, if price is going to continue above 118.6, that means that it is using the 5 EMA on the 4-hour chart as a big support line, right? If you do not collapse between the this 118.8 and this line here, the 13 at 118, then we're going to continue to use the 4-hour and above is going to be our movement forward. Because look at here's your price angle. Here's your 5 EMA. If this follows through up like this, that your potential is 120,000. 441, and that was the target, right? 120,000 for something. 120, where is it? 493. So that's the general movement, right? And so we want to give time. This space in here is the gap of that 50 EMA and the 4-hour. Now look at here. That is that 4-hour bottom. So if we start to roll over, right, from here and down, this in forward in time, that's like August 13th, Wednesday. This might be a potential place where we do, a retest. So it might be, again, potential that we might be up in this general area. And remember, this is our ascending line for the 5-minute. So let's say that our 5-minute time frame gets up here, and we hit this target 123.4, but we just can't, keep on up for more up to the 125. We get stuck underneath these angles, and instead of the support, they start turning a resistance, and we start falling forward, right? We're just rolling over the top. Then you can see that that might be the place where the 50 EMA on the 4-hour might get hit down there by that time. From here to here would be the like the warning area, right? Because the movement would be this way if we don't have a sustained momentum upward.
BJ, want to hear something?
Yeah.
I got out of work at like 3:30. And as soon as I get out of work, we have like this road and a bike path that's kind of like that kind of makes our way through town and stuff right at the base of our gondola, right in front of our work. So I get in the bike path, and then like I always do, I ride my bike to and from work. I guess there was this old gentleman in his Cadillac he was behind me, and I'm just riding in the bike path, and he honked, and I'm just riding the bike path, and I didn't have no idea what something honked at behind me. It was a little stop sign, like exactly what happened, I guess. And the
He hit
gentleman
you?
smashed into me, and then he takes off out and around. It's right in front of our little bus station too. It's like our little teeny part of town. So the guy, I guess, was I don't I don't know if they found him or something yet, but he's pretty mad and he's was laying on his horn for like 30 seconds, and everybody in town was like watching this. I'm just like riding my bike, and I didn't realize he was honking at me, right? And the guy smashes into me, and then he takes off and goes out and around. And then I don't know. So I'm okay though. I got shot off my bike, and then it like ran over my other front tire, and then like my front rim and stuff. So it kind of hit me from my back wheel, and then it kind of like quickly shot me off to the right, which got me out of the way. And then my bike kind of went to the left a little bit, and then his front tire ran over my front wheel, and then he took off out and around the truck and the other
So
cars that were in front of me.
that's a hit and run. The guy ought to be arrested.
And well, that's what everybody said, right? So I get hit, right? And I'm like, I don't know why this old guy's honking. I only looked behind me real quick one time, and there's like him and his wife, and there's like a handicap thing in like the mirror. Like, uncle, like chill out. You know, I didn't like say anything. I just looked back, like thinking, I don't know what he's upset about, or if he's gotta go to the bathroom or something. But then he like smashes it into me, and then he like floors it and takes off out and around, and then like leaves the scene, and everybody was so pissed because I didn't really know. I'm like, whatever, this guy's honking behind me. I don't give two shits. I'm pretty. I just got out of work. I'm like, where am I going? I was about to go down the river, right home from there. But so all these people, there's
So
like 40 people.
you weren't in his way,
No, I'm in the bike
but
path. I'll put a picture in like the chat. You'll see like there's like a
yeah.
bike lane, but it's like right in the center of the thing. And then you can see he's a caddy because it really is. There's a picture of like me. I was like, but everybody on the street took pictures because they heard him honking, and there's like 40 cameras all around that and that have it all on video and everything. So it's kind of like I got hit by a bike, but I'm okay. I was like coming home from work. This guy, I guess, was upset.
Oh my gosh.
I'm okay.
So I'm glad you're okay, but your life could have changed in like that little second of time.
And BJ, that's what I
For
tell people all the time. You just gotta appreciate. You never know. You could walk across the street and something bonks you. So I'm kind of just
so
gotta appreciate every
with all
story.
those people and all the video or whatever that
Oh my God,
was
so
there a
many
place?
people crowded around as soon as the guy like took off. So, like everybody from both sides of the sidewalk like came in. They're like, "Is this guy all right?" Like, you know what I mean? And they're like, everybody's like looking. Like everybody's like pointing. There was so many like picture. Everybody's like, so I don't really know what happened yet. The police came and the ambulance came because I was all right though. It didn't hurt. Like it made my left ankle really sore where I had all the surgery and stuff, but I was okay. I was like, as soon as I sat there for a minute, I was like, it kind of like my foot cracked. I'm like, okay, we're good. Like something just kind of cracked back into position thing. We're okay. Nothing. I'm good to go. But let me put up a picture in a minute. But I'm just happy to still be here.
Wow.
I don't know.
Well,
And it's
thank
like the
goodness you're
front tire
okay.
ran over my bike. Like it's a caddy. Caddies are heavy, so it like bent the front tire, the front rim of my bike. I don't know. It was kind of crazy. I'll send the picture. It'll explain a lot. You'll see the
Yeah,
Cadillac like
please.
ripping out to the left, like and it's right in front of our little bus station right in Aspen. I'll send
So
it.
the question is, do they have his license plate number?
Oh yes, of course. There's like license plate. There's yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
and
Like
they have all kinds of identification.
there's
So
like 40 cameras and 40 people, and a bunch of people took like
they
video of it. Right, it's like after I got hit and then ripped because they heard the guy honking for like 20 seconds down the street. So like, what's going on? Both sides of the street were like, what's going
So
on
if
here?
Drew was listening, he would say you have a dude.
I just hope the guy had a good day. I don't know if him and his. I'm just like I'm saying. I was probably the most happy person on the whole thing. I'm just like I'm okay. I'm okay. Everybody's like, this is messed up. This guy just nailed you. He's honking at you behind you. You're just riding in the bike path, and then he smashed into you on purpose, and then took off.
Maybe he
Like
was having
people were
a
pissed.
medical emergency and he was trying to warn you to get out of the way.
That's what I kind of felt. But then it's like once I came up to the stop sign, it's like everybody's at the stop sign. Why is this guy still playing on his horn? And then the guy we get to like going towards the next, and he just like smashes into me on purpose, and then. And I'll send me a picture. You'll see what I'm saying.
Yeah.
first
So
thought.
I had an aide, you know, a home health aide, and she was driving our car, and she actually had a stroke while she was driving, and she weaved off the road and totaled the car and everything. I wasn't in the car, but but she never came
I just
back.
put it in chat. I just put it in chat there, BJ.
Didn't-
Check it out because you'll see our little bike paths. So like, it's not like a bike path where it's normally like over to the right, and you'll see what I'm saying. And it's like it's hard to explain what the picture tells. And you can see his caddy like rip. This is like after I like got up off the ground.
Oh,
I was
I
like,
see
shit,
what
what?
you
I should
mean.
take a picture. So this is my picture I took. And then he like ripped out and
Wow.
around. It's a live photos. I don't know if you can like hold it down. It like shows him kind of go out and around and then rip. I don't know,
Yeah,
but
I can
I'm
see.
okay. I just got home. I'm just chilling.
Bitcoin is ripping. Bitcoin's ripping.
Yep. Litecoin?
No, Bitcoin.
Yeah, Bitcoin is. Yep, there it goes. Up and at 'em. Well, thanks for that story. Here it is. Yippee.
Well, it's a weird story, BJ. It was just one of those things that just makes me appreciate being here. Everybody was so nice. There were so many people that were like standing there, and for a second, I didn't realize I was kind of like almost in like a shock for a sec. I was like, you know, it was like I just got hit by a car. I was like, first sitting there for a sec, I was just like, oh my goodness, all
Well,
good. Just appreciate every day we're on the surface of this sucker.
yeah.
I love this
Okay, so
planet, BJ.
we're messing around with trying to hit 119.5, 4 and 5. Look at how perfectly it came off of this edge.
How's your bike, Joe?
Smushed. Kind of all right though. It like he hit me from the back tire first, so it kind of jolted me sideways and kicked me off the bike first, which was the best thing. And then the bike kind of went like weird to the left, and then he ran over like the front wheel, but he kind of bumped me on the back wheel first, which kicked me off the bike and over to the right and out of the way. Then my bike kind of like went down hard fast, and then like to the left a little bit too, and then he smacked. I don't know what I mean. I don't explain it. And then he like ripped out. That picture kind of shows where like right after he hit me, and then he kind of like ripped out and around. Didn't know what to do. He kind of like went panic mode, and all these other people were taking pictures and videos, I guess, too, that they gave to the police. But that's just the one I got up. I was like, damn it! Maybe I can get a picture of this guy's like license plate. Like, Uncle, don't leave. You can't do that. It really wasn't. I wasn't mad or something. I just didn't know what was going on. Like you said, I don't know if he had to go to the bathroom or something. I was like, Uncle Joe, like we're almost through the stop sign. It's like 10 miles an hour through the middle of our little town here. And like I don't know, he freaked out and smashed it. He was like holding his horn for I would say 20 seconds. So many people were like, why is this guy holding his horn? What's he honking at? And they're like, and they see him smashing this kid on a bike. And everybody like comes in from both sides of the street. They're like, what in the world just happened? Like, I don't
I've
people
been on a
called the
bike
ambulance
down the
and shit right
highway.
away. It was weird. But like, I'm good. I don't know.
Went
My
over
bike's
guys.
messed up. But I'm good.
Let's see where this wick went.
Went over a guy's hood. Landed on my arm and my hip.